No, it looks like everything is working, so... What? Dude, what? What is it doing? There we go. I think everything's working? Yep. Everything does seem to be working. Ah, hell. No, no steam. Wait, I'm gonna have to do something about that, aren't I? Oh, yeah. We might also do some, like, mother gunship, like, performance scaling tests today, because I do finally have that installed. $6,900 questions, okay. You can ask. I'm not sure that I'll have any answers. How do I make it not start with Windows? I guess I can always just close it manually. Yeah, I guess we'll just bench with the 14900K at stock. So right now I'm actually just using the same settings that I had on the Z790 Master X. I'm not sure how stable they are, though. Oh, also I should lower the resolution. My music, you might have just gotten used to it over the years. Okay, that's running about right. What unspeakable things have been done to this MOBO? I mean, you can kinda tell. Right? That, like, one of the dim slots is, like, well, not there. Oh, please don't tell me I missed the BIOS. I did. Actually, I think I have a batch file that auto goes to BIOS. Oh, well. Might not be the system, though. Okay, I guess that batch file's on a different system. No, go away. Alright, did you remove a DIMM slot? Well, to test if it would make it clock memory better. How is RAM overclocking on 14th gen compared to 13th gen? Exactly the same. Is it better to use larger diameter tubes for water cooling? Technically, like, you get better flow rate with, like, depends how thick tubing we're talking about. If it's, like, super thin, like a straw, that's not gonna work very well. Right? Like a drinking straw. That's probably not gonna be ideal. But, you know, it's not like you need, like... I think there was some testing on this back in the... Like, I think Martin's Liquid Lab actually did some testing on this, and it was, like, 11mm tubing, like, 11mm internal was, like... Or was it 10mm? Maybe 9. Something like that. Anyway, so, like, the smallest tubing and the widest tubing that they tested was, like, the same, basically. So if you're not outside of the standard, like, typical water cooling tubing thicknesses, you'll be fine. Like, if you're not below that, I guess. Going way above that is pointless. Because ultimately, like, the biggest restriction in your loop is going to be the water blocks. And the radiators. So you don't need, like, ludicrously thick tubing to not, like, restrict the flow rate. That should be good. Yeah, I guess I should cover up the AMD fan a bit. No, it's... So, the not safe to go above low medium isn't right. It is safe. It's just... For static overclocks, it's not ideal from a stability perspective. And actually, with 13th and 14th gen, I think Intel did something, because even Ultra Extreme LLC doesn't cause, like, massive stability problems like it did on, say, like, 10th gen. Maybe even 11th gen has that fix applied to it, but, yeah, don't remember, like, I didn't test for it. Oh yeah, Y Cruncher's gonna try... No, Steam's gonna try opening up again. Why hasn't it showed up yet? Oh, there it goes. No, go away. Huh. Well, that was weird. Oh, okay, so it is just not stable. Man, so... On the Z790 Master X, like 7200 would run Y Cruncher at the very least. Maybe and again I am like going from like timings that were pretty close to the limit for 6933 potentially, so I'm gonna reset the BIOS and we'll try like auto timings for everything. No, the pressure drop does not depend on the type of pump you have. The pump you have will set the flow rate relative to the restriction that you have. And the restriction that you have will set the pressure drop. Which I guess technically, if you have a pump that can produce a lot of pressure, you can it'll be able to maintain a higher. Well, no, because it also depends on how much water it can move. So like both are important. Because like theoretically, you could have a pump that can move like no water, but moves it with incredible pressure, right? So you could put like a brick wall in front of it, and it would just push the brick wall out of the way. And then on the other end of the spectrum, you could have a pump that moves a ton of water, but can't actually produce any pressure. So if you put, like, a tube in, like, if you... Well, okay, you probably wouldn't get that, but, like... You wouldn't need much restriction to, like, cut the flow rate in half. Yeah, different pumps have different flow versus pressure curves. So the pump does not set the pressure drop. Like, the pump kind of sets what... Like, the pump... Like, you will have a certain amount of, like, restriction in your loop. And then, depending on what pump you hook up to that, you're going to get different flow rates and, I'm guessing, different pressure drops across the restriction. Like, the pressure drop will be tied to the flow rate, I'm pretty sure. But, yeah, well... Anyway, so we're going to start with load optimized defaults. And then I'm going to just go XMP booster, and we're going to try the 7200 XMP booster on this. With DDR4, you also needed, like, a lot of... Well, okay. Nah, going from, like, CL16 to CL14 on DDR4 would regularly require, like, 150 millivolts more voltage. So that really isn't different as far as I'm concerned. Looking to overclock 8 sticks of ADI on my Threadripper Pro 7995WX. I need 8 sticks because 256. 8 stick kit versus 2 identical 4 kits. Like, I personally probably wouldn't bother with paying extra for an 8 stick kit. Yeah, but then, like, the thing is, if you have any issues with it, and you complain to the manufacturer and you go like, yeah, I put two sets of 4 together, they're going to be like, well, that's not supported. Okay, they might not automatically go with that, but that's like a very real possibility that they'll just be like, well, you're doing something that's not supported, so that's a you problem. Okay, looks like the timings from the previous profile were just too tight. Also faster. At like 6933, it was faster than this is, but that's not surprising. What atrocities have been done? Do you not see, like, look at the memory sticks, and then look, like, down. There's something missing. I guess I should maybe put like a circle or something over it. Also, I keep forgetting, man, I can't believe, like, I have a batch file on one of the other SSDs that, like, goes straight to the BIOS, and well, I don't remember what it was, though, so... Did you see all the exposed traces? No, because the exposed traces, like, have you seen a memory slot? What do you think the pins are? Like, the whole idea is that, in theory, removing the, the memory slot should, like, reduce reflections in the memory channel and maybe slightly lower the parasitic capacitance. But, well, I'm not sure how effective that actually was. Let's try 7400. That worked on the 7400 worked on the Master X. No, there's nothing I want to change here. I just want to set the... Yeah, disable fast boot, and I want to raise the... Actually, it's already going 46. That should probably work, actually. Ah, well, we'll test it. No, it says parasitic capacitance, so well, what? No, actually, so... No, I didn't cut the traces on the board, man. Like... The memory slot is just gone. Like, there's pads on the motherboard, right? Like, this is a daisy chain topology, so... You have a wire, it runs along... Okay, actually, Gigabyte doesn't run the entire channel on the top layer. They run it on an internal layer, then it comes up through a via, then it... Actually, the via, I think, goes straight into a pad for a lot of these pins. But anyway, so you have, like, the pads that the memory slot solders to. That's what you can still see, right? Because where the... Like, I can't... Like, they're just there. It's not really anything I can do about them. Yeah, the slot is gone. And in theory, that should reduce reflections and parasitic capacitance and maybe help the memory overclocking capabilities of the board. When I first did this with a 12th gen CPU, as far as I could tell, it didn't actually achieve anything. So, yeah. We're now testing it with 14th gen to see if maybe, maybe the, memory training got somewhat better and now it can, actually, respond to it. Though it's worth noting that when I was pulling the memory slot, I accidentally ripped off 2 pads, sort of down towards the GPU. And so there's, bodge wires that are, reconnecting those those data traces. The funny thing is the board never got worse. It just also didn't get better anytime I've tested it in the past. Because, yeah, I've been, on and off checking if, this did anything. You have a good budget CPU in mind regarding handling good RAM speed? I am hoping that the 8600G is as good as, full, I'm hoping the 8600G behaves like past AMD APUs where it was just massive memory overclocking capabilities, right? Like a 4750G or a 5700G are basically the best DDR4 memory controllers ever. So I'm kind of hoping for a repeat of that, but we'll see, I guess. Okay, so it looks like... Actually, I'm going to drop this back to auto. And then we're going to try the 7600 booster. Because, yeah. And the 7600 booster on the Master X board, that actually works. Or, when I say works, I mean it boots. I don't mean it runs stress tests. What's modified? I mean, if you just look by the memory slots, I really should put some kind of highlight over that. Guess I should make it like highlighter yellow. Yes. And... oh, wait a minute. Nope, that was the wrong color. Out of the way. Okay, that's not clear enough. Maybe I should make it red? Yeah, that's a bit better, I think. That makes it more obvious, right? That's the first slot in the daisy chain, so, like, you're not, like, if you care about memory speed, you're not supposed to use that one. Also, the highlight is now over everything. Give me a second. There, nailed it. Nope, that's a terrible color for that. Maybe I should have just left it yellow. Or white. White works. There. Okay, so now we're at 7600, which again is like the same as the Z790 Master X board. Though, at this point, the stability should just be a complete dumpster fire. And it is. Yes, okay, so that is working as expected. I'm assuming we can still run PyPrime. So wait, this'll boot 8000, won't it? This'll totally boot 8000. Because that's the miracle of the Intel DDR5 memory controller, is its ability to just boot things that really have no right to be running. It's just like everything posts and nothing functions. As far as I know, the Intel memory controller just doesn't like being on LN2 in general. Oh, it's not gonna retrain. Did it crash on memory training? That's new. Oh yeah, no, it just failed memory training. 14th gen IMC hates LN2. Even 12th gen, well, okay, 12th gen was okay with it at the time. Is there anything in the BIOS that can overclock the memory multiplexer? What do you mean by the memory multiplexer? Because I don't know what you mean by that, like, at all. Like... column multiplexer. Wait, you mean... inside the memory chip? Isn't that just the cast timing? No, I'm assuming he means like the internal stuff for the DDR5 memory chips. I roughly, like, basically, I don't really concern myself that much with the terminology for a lot of things. The one responsible for read-write, yeah, you just shove more voltage into it, and if you're lucky, it'll go faster, and if you're not lucky, then it doesn't go faster. Like, if you want to run lower timings, you just shove more voltage into the memory and hope for the best. And on a lot of memory chips, it doesn't do anything. Or, well, okay, that's not true. But well, yeah, like Samsung DDR5 actually just doesn't care if you run 1.7 volts or like 1.3. It does the same timings. It's afterburst buffer. Yeah, wouldn't that literally just be the timings, though? Because, like, what was modified on this board? Apparently the highlight's not good enough. I don't know what to do about it. If I make it more red. Yeah, unfortunately, I really don't, off the top of my head, remember the internal, like, circuitry of a memory chip. So this is gonna be kind of hard. Okay, so I guess we finally found... So, looks like the Z Master X is actually better for, like, 8,000. Because getting 8,000 to boot on that board really didn't require anything. Overclock 3600 sticks to 4400 without too much trouble. Nice. Like, what gave me the idea to actually try this is that ASRock had a prototype OC formula board where they just didn't install some of the memory slots from the factory. Like, it just came, like, it was a full 4-DIMM PCB, but they just didn't populate all of the memory slots. And I was like, well... And the thing is, I don't know if that actually worked. I just saw pictures of it, and I was like... It could kind of work. Like, sure, you're not necessarily getting the benefits of the traces actually being shorter, but less the memory slots are still like an unterminated thing that's hanging off of the board, so getting rid of it would probably be a good thing, right? Like, Gigabyte for the refresh Z790 boards, they're doing like back drilling on the vias, and it's like, that's kind of the same idea as ditching the entire memory slot. Because the whole point of back drilling vias is that you have, like, a via is taller than the connection that it's generally making, unless you're going from the very bottom of the board to the very top. So if you're on an internal layer and you're going to the top layer, which is what you're doing for a memory channel, because well, for Gigabyte's memory channels you're doing that, for, like, Asus not necessarily, because Asus runs their memory channel on, like, their 8-channel runs on the top layer of the PCB. But for Gigabyte, the A channel runs internal, And so the via has to, like, the via goes all the way from the bottom layer to the very top layer, even though the channel might be on, like, one of the middle layers. And so back drilling just removes some of the length of the via, so that there isn't this, like, extra length hanging off of the memory trace. And so same idea kind of applies to the whole, like, well, if you ditch the memory slot, you'll have less reflections. So that's, like, one of the other benefits of, like, 1 DIMM per channel boards is that, like, yeah, you don't have this unterminated bit of wire hanging off of your memory trace like you do on a daisy chain or even a T-topology motherboard. But in practice, this experiment really doesn't seem to have done anything. Oh wait, this booted 8000. Not that that means anything. Can we even run pipe prime at this point? Yes, we can. It's very slow though, because we're on auto timings. Didn't Asus fix the Apex in the end? Yeah, they did. Or, well, like, they revised the PCB. As far as I know, that was, like, an impedance control issue that they had. Or at least that's what I've heard from unreliable sources, is that it might have been, like, an impedance control issue. So that, like, it wasn't like, oh, they're, like, I guess the widths of the traces weren't properly manufactured or something, or, yeah, I don't know. Should we see if Y-Cruncher just immediately face plants again? Oh yeah. Of course it does. Okay, I guess we could try 8200. Rock X670 and all their BIOS updates. Still having issues with 6000 RAM. What memory configuration are you running? Two sticks profiled to 6000. Yeah, but I meant, like, is it Hynix or, like, Samsung? And, like, what capacity? You play trash games? Okay. Like, and? It's not like I'm trying, like it's not like we're friends and I'm trying to play them with you. Dude, I am not playing a fucking CS:GO reskin. Or more like Counter-Strike but colorful. That's and I don't even play Counter-Strike, so it's just like I don't play that entire genre of games. It's like the closest a AAA developer has gotten to making a game that I enjoy is Titanfall 2. Is it not CS but colorful? What about Apex? Yeah, that's like Titanfall 2 if you made it worse. Battle Royale makes zero sense to me. Why would you want randomness in your freaking game? Like, the whole idea of, like, you drop into a map and then you need to find a gun is just, like, absolutely no. Like, Hell no. And also the fact that you have like one life and just no. It's like my favorite game modes would be like capture the flag and well, I'll tolerate King of the Hill or like capture point based modes. But anything where it's like, oh, you need to survive, it's just like no. Like what's fun about that? So Unreal Tournament, yeah, basically. Quake had all of that. Yeah, well, the Quake, Unreal Tournament, though I've not, funnily enough, I've not played either of those because I played Cube 2 Sauerbraten, which is basically Quake, just not Quake. It's a bit simpler than Quake in a lot of its like movement physics, and it has, I think it has more game modes, or at least, yeah, so, and the main important thing for me was back when I was in high school and middle school, that game runs on a Mac, so I could play it on the school laptops. And then the other game that I've played would be like Sonotic. I also played Toxic, which was like super dead. I think the most players I've ever played Toxic with on like a server was like 4. So that was fun. And then recently I've also occasionally played Sonotic. Oh, I also played Red Eclipse, which is like Cube 2 Sauerbraten's like same engine, wackier movement, wackier guns, even more dead than Cube 2 Sauerbraten is. Actually, I was playing Cube 2 Sauerbraten earlier today while waiting for the BIOS on this motherboard to update. So this doesn't do 8,000. Okay, but 7600 worked on the booster somehow, so I'd kinda... The thing is, like... Let's try 7800. Nope. It seems like a good number. 0.4. No, I kind of want to try, like, intentionally setting this really low. Not, these two aren't really low, but they're just kind of low. If you're looking for DDR5, 16 gig DDR5 DIMMs and 24 gig DDR5 DIMMs have to be single rank. For DDR4, you're screwed. Unless you're buying, like, memory kits on... Well, no, you can... Nah, for DDR4, you are kind of screwed, because a lot of the later production memory chips behave very similarly to the earlier production chips. I think the board is bad. Yeah, I know that. The more memory? No, the timings really actually don't care about how much, like, total RAM you have installed. Oh yeah, 32 gig DIMMs are single rank are coming soon. I use 1.72 for full stability or like for benching? Also, I am surprised that that does CL30 at 1.72. That's like really low. Like, I need more voltage than that for CL32 on A die. 16 gigabit. What happened to the video? It wasn't a video, it was a live stream. As for why it went private, well, that was because I said some not so nice things about Intel's CPUs. And I stand by those things. It's just like I don't feel like we need an 8-hour video of that. Like, everything I've said about the Intel memory controller in that video whining about the Intel memory controller is still true. They didn't fix anything. Nah, it wasn't about dealing with comments on that one. It was literally like, I just thought about it and I was like, nah, this video is garbage. There's just a rant, like, there wasn't any really useful information in it anywhere. It was mostly just me whining about Intel's memory controller being Intel's memory controller, so. Next-gen IPC regression? I'd be more concerned about clock speed regression. I don't think they're going to go backwards on the instructions per clock. I already answered the single rank memory question. Use your freaking ears. And I said for DDR4 you're kind of screwed, which is the answer. There isn't a way for DDR4. Has Intel ever had a memory controller that wasn't a cursed pile of trash? Like, the 10th gen memory controller was like... That was the last Intel memory controller I liked. But... compared to Ryzen memory controllers, it wasn't exactly... Nah, actually it really didn't do anything super weird. It was just... like, it was still really RNG on the silicon quality, because, like, I know... like, I've heard of people having, you know, 10th gen CPUs that can do, like, DDR5 4800 at, like, 1.4 SA, and then there's my 10900K, where it's like, yeah, if I want to boot 4800, I need, like, 1.65 volts of system agent, and it's basically unusable. You know, so, and also, like, yeah, so that was basically it. And actually, there was, like, DDR5 5000 kits being released at the time where it was, like, some people would have CPUs that could actually, like, boot those and maybe even run stuff with them. And then there was me where it's like, yeah, I need to underclock this because it just doesn't work. But, like, there wasn't any of that, like, you didn't have the dance for stability that you have with DDR5 Intel memory controllers, where it's like, well, the voltages are not quite right, so I'm just like, not gonna work. Also, I'm gonna work for like six hours and then I'm gonna error out. And then if you reboot, I'm gonna error out super hard, and that's been a thing since 11th gen. Like, whatever they did with the Gear 2 implementation is a problem, because it only happens in Gear 2. 11th gen in Gear 2 is a cursed pile of trash. 12th gen in Gear 2 is a cursed pile of trash. 13th gen in Gear 2 is a cursed pile of trash. 14th gen in Gear 2 is a cursed pile of trash. Like, I don't know what they did, but, like, the memory controller in Gear 2 is so bad. at doing memory controller things. Yeah, the 7800X3D in my daily system has a garbage memory controller. Like, it is... it is impressively bad. I didn't think you could get a 7000 series with a memory controller that can't do 6200, but... Well, I think actually on the newer BIOSes it probably would do 6200, but on, like, old BIOS, right? I didn't think that was possible. But no, I have a 7800X3D where even with 1.3 volts of SoC voltage, it will not do 6200, which is... Yeah, that's something. Am I going to try and improve the stability for this? Maybe. 7900X. Yeah, my 7900... But the best CPU I had was the 7950X, which died on a... certain motherboard. Nah, timings aren't really affected by the memory controller that much. What SoC voltage would you expect to run 6000 CL30 on a 7950X3D? Something between like 1.1 volts and 1.25. 1.25 would be like the most potato 7950X3D ever made. Like, that would actually be worse than my 7800X3D. Like 1.2 would be really bad. So, like, I would expect 1.15 would be plenty for most CPUs. Well, that made it worse. I like to be an overclocker back in the 478 days. I don't know anything about 478, so... Intel doesn't have a VDDIO voltage. Oh, you mean for AMD? Yeah, that can work. Well, depends on the motherboard. Some motherboards need, like, weirdly high VDDIO. So at 6000, I don't think there'd be any motherboards that really need high VDDIO. Might be affected by timings if we had an IC for DDR5 like 8 gigabit BDI. Yeah, I guess. Okay, so that made it even worse. So I kind of want to try that. Like, this is a weird thing, but this like worked for like specific on one gigabyte motherboard. This was like an absolute requirement to get 7200 to work. Was set absolutely everything to 1.35, and if you changed and if you set anything to anything other than 1.35, it didn't work. So I'm kind of wondering if like maybe this is doing the same thing. A lot of refresh Z790 boards can support 8000. If you bin enough CPUs, any motherboard can support 8000 on the Intel side of things. Well, that's still completely broken. Like, I pulled up a screenshot on the previous stream of some, like, I know somebody who has a 13700K that did 8000 on a B760 motherboard. I struggled to do 8000 on a freaking Apex. No, regular Apex. I don't have an Encore. I don't want an Encore. I don't want to test... Basically... I don't want to have any, like, requirements to produce any more Intel content, right? So new board means I actually have to test this thing, and it's, like, concern. Okay, that's also worse. It's also super broken. Anyway, the other thing that I wanted to test today was, like, the reason why I even have Steam installed on one of my bench OSs is that I wanted to test what makes Mother Gunship run faster. So I guess we're going to move on to doing that, because this is evidently not productive, and, yeah, it isn't going anywhere. So I think, we're going to load optimize defaults, and I guess we'll just try a baseline setup, just like all auto, right? Just like JDEC memory. Because I want to have, like, comparison points like slow CPU, slow RAM, fast CPU, slow RAM, fast RAM, slow CPU, right? To figure out, like, what does that game actually care about? Because earlier today, I tested it with just, like, the 6933 CL32 profile that I made a video about against the 7800X3D in my daily system, and they both basically ran the same FPS. It wasn't like a super scientific benchmark, but roughly the same. That game is also, like, doesn't have a built-in benchmark, so it's a pain to test, but also, if it did have a built-in benchmark, I don't think it would be reflective of the scenario that I'm specifically trying to figure out what, like, is there a way to make that not run like trash? So yeah, we're gonna start with just auto everything, and then I guess we're gonna try XMP. I want to test, like, hyper-threading off, E-cores off, more core clock, more, like, yeah, we'll see. I'll start with a nice, very simple baseline. So I'll get myself a notepad. And the thing is, I'm looking for, like, big differences. I'm not looking for, like, oh, the game went up by 5%, because we're not, like, I don't have the... Because I don't actually, like, I don't bench games, so I straight up don't even know what, like, the best way to measure the FPS would be. So we're just, like, eyeballing it from the FPS counter in Steam, from the Steam overlay, which is a terrible way of doing things, but basically, if I don't see a big difference, like, if it isn't blatantly better, then it doesn't count, as far as I'm concerned. So, let's do that. Both NVIDIA and AMD have FPS counters. I'm not installing GeForce Experience. %, or more. I think 20% will actually be noticeable from the FPS counter. I guess I should make a zoomed in version of it so chat can, like, argue with me about whether or not I'm blind or just biased in reading the FPS counter. How do I duplicate? What? Oh man, the coil line from that 2080. Where's the edit transform button again? Oh, there it is. That's too much. Like 1800? It's not 1800. There. 1850. And then 1000? Okay, well, okay, that'll work. Just blow. Wait, what? Oh, there we go. We have an FPS counter. Man, this freaking menu screen is like, oh, it's the wrong resolution. Oh, this is a problem. This game does not. Oh, we're not full screen. Okay. Oh yeah, this game does not deal well with resolutions and stuff. Anyway, let's try that again. It does. This game, literally, like what we're gonna do is going to. It doesn't matter like what GPU. Like I benched it 4070 Ti versus 2080, and I was getting like 50 FPS on this CPU and the 7800X3D. And the 7800X3D had the 4070 Ti. So, what GPU I pair this with is actually kind of irrelevant. So yeah, we're gonna build the FPS removal gun. Because the developers thought it would be really funny if they put in a gun that shoots 40 bullets per second. This is like an entire AK worth of bullets every second. And you can put 3 of them together, and then you can make the then you can multiply the number of bullets by, well, actually you can add 1 bullet per barrel, so we're up at like 360 bullets per second now. But it gets worse, because the bullets despawn when they hit things, so we need to make them bounce around a bunch. Yeah, and you build 2 of these, and it doesn't matter what CPU you have, it just doesn't run very good. And also, this is such a pain to benchmark, because there's just no way to, like, freeze it for this specific scenario. Right, like, I really wish I could just preload a gun, but I don't think there's a save gun function in the game. Also, my mouse sensitivity is awful. This is so painful. Okay. There. So anyway, now you shall get to watch a 14900K get absolutely brought to its knees. Okay, I don't think this game is very memory bottlenecked. Because this is basically what I was getting before. It's kind of funny to me that, like, I saw a Reddit post recently where people were like, man, why do people need a fast CPU? It's like everything just runs on a 14900K. No, it bloody doesn't! I can't spawn 720 bullets per second, because the thing is the shots per second isn't getting multiplied by the multi-shot add-on. So we're putting out like 720 bullets per second here. Actually, at least that's what the game says it's doing. I have a hard time believing it, because I think as the frame rate dies, eventually it actually slows down the fire rate, probably. Because most FPS games just don't deal with the bullet spawning that well. So we'll call that like 42 to 50 FPS. What AMD is impossible to use? No, this is actually exactly the same thing that I get on the 7800X 3D. Actually, it's really hard to test. But it was basically like, so the thing is I tested overclocked memory, and earlier today when I was testing it, it was like 42 to 55 FPS on the 7800X 3D, and 42 to 55 FPS on the Intel system. But, like, it wasn't a scientific test. Like, functionally, I couldn't tell the difference. If somebody put the two systems next to each other and they, like, I didn't know which one was which, I couldn't do a test to tell you this is definitely the 7800X 3D and this is definitely the 14900K. One of the issues I ran into is, like, when I first tried testing this, I emptied both guns at the same time. But the thing is, that frame rate indicator updates so slowly that if you empty both guns at the same time, it's not, like, it's impossible to tell. So there's, like, a technique to, like, emptying one gun, emptying the other gun, you have to go back and forth between them for the energy regen, so that there's a constant amount of projectiles up in the air, and that makes it a lot easier to tell if the frame rate is actually good or not. So, like, I spent, like, quite a while sort of going back and forth between the systems, trying to find a way to, like, get the frame rate to, like, not bounce around too much, and this method where it, like, bounces by, like, from, like, 40 to 60-ish FPS is the best one I found. And then it does it on both systems, basically the same amount, which was weird. Because, like, you'd think one of these two CPUs would be, like, way better at this than the other, but, yeah, I don't know. That's why I want to test if there's, like, something I can do here to make this, like, noticeably faster, or if it's just, like, it's hitting some kind of engine bottleneck. Which I don't even know what the engine bottleneck would be. Like, and it definitely runs worse on a 3950X, because I did a similar test with the 3950X, and that dropped all the way to 7 FPS. Okay, I know, not literally this test, it was like, I think what I was doing to the 3950X might have been worse. But yeah, that CPU was not having a good time. And honestly, I could probably build a gun that drops this to 7 if I really wanted to. Because we could just keep adding barrels until, you know, it spits out like a few thousand rounds per second, and then it's just like, it's over. No more frames. So yeah, we're gonna try hyperthreading off, E-cores off. Because I think that's like the first thing that like crosses... Well, okay, no, we'll try hyperthreading off, E-cores on. And see if that does anything. Because it might be one of those stupid games where the developers don't know how hyperthreading works. Like, my plan is to also test, like, cache at, like, 3 gigahertz, cache at 5 gigahertz. Like, I do actually want to go and test everything at, like, big frequency differences. Because you would think, like, there has to be something where it's like, okay, if I remove half the core clock, I get half the FPS, right? Like, there has to be something where it's like, if I remove half of this, the FPS gets cut in half. So logically, if the thing that I can... You know, if the thing I do to cut the FPS in half, if we did the opposite of that, so, like, doubled the core clock, potentially, it should run faster. Intel 10 gigahertz CPU when pulse. I need to play my game from 2015 at, like, good frame rates with too many bullets. Okay, hyperthreading off. Okay, so right now there's no difference, because right now we're just entirely GPU bottlenecked. So yeah, I get to rebuild the guns. Wait, is there really no save system? Yeah, there really is no safe system. Well, that's really sad. I'm gonna do the caps first this time, because it's a pain. Right. Why is the mouse... The mouse on this, like, bench computer is, like, not responsive. It might just be because the, like... oh, man. The sensitivity. Bad. I think it's just because I'm going through the capture card, so there's like a capture card worth of input lag, which is not pleasant. I would not want to actually try play the game through the capture card. That would be very painful. And we just put the chain guns on there again. And destroy the frame rate. Well, at least the fact that this game just is super CPU bottlenecked means it's really, like, low energy to run. Okay, I just fired both guns at the same time, so that doesn't work, but for comparison purposes. It might be a little better? Nah, it's still about 45, 50. $42 again, 42. 43, 50. Yeah, so you can see how I'm like alt firing, like switching between the guns so that like we have a relatively constant amount of garbage in the air. So that did nothing. So evidently the game actually doesn't have a problem with hyperthreading. So that's good. But it still runs like trash. Because it's weird, because if it's not memory bottlenecked, right, like why wouldn't it run faster on a CPU that can do like a 6 gigahertz core? Like I would expect it like, because the 7800X3D, that tops out at 5 gigahertz. And I think Intel and AMD are at relative like instructions per clock parity. So if this fits in the cache of both CPUs, then it wouldn't care about memory on either system. And then whichever system has the higher core clock should win. So hyperthreading off, that didn't do anything. Let's turn off the E-cores next. Like it also didn't make it slower, so I don't see a point in turning it back on again. It's like a draw call issue. Yeah, but we can make the CPU do draw calls faster somehow. Is the thread-directed exceptions? This game runs on like 4 cores, I think. Maybe less. Like, the game definitely runs worse on older CPUs. I know that from experience, because, like, I remember playing it on, like, a 3950X, and that was... Well, admittedly, I wasn't, you know... like, at the time, when I was playing the game on the 3950X, I hadn't yet unlocked 6 chain guns. 6 gold chain guns. But, yeah, it already was, like, not, like, there was, it was not running great. It definitely runs better on the 7800X3D than it did on the 3950X. So, that definitely helped. So there has to be some, like, I refuse to believe that the X3D and the, like, 14900K have to be completely tied. In this. That just doesn't really make a ton of sense to me. Unless it's like PCIe bottlenecked. That would make sense. If it was bottlenecked by the PCIe interface, that would explain it. Anything else doesn't. Because going from the... No, 3950X was already Gen 4, wasn't it? Yeah, but that CPU is also really slow. So maybe it was like, it used to be CPU bottlenecked, and now it's just PCIe bottlenecked. Wait, is there not a more time-efficient way for me to build these guns? Can I not just, like, stick, like, a bunch of these together? And then just put... Oh, man, this looks horrendous. But now I don't have to, like, rotate it all the time. You just put the... Yeah, you just pop the 2 multi-shots on, and now we just put the barrels everywhere. I'm assuming this isn't... I'm hoping this doesn't change anything. You know, okay, I don't like that. The whole, like, I'm assuming this doesn't change anything. We are going to build the same gun every time. Not necessarily with all the parts in the exact same places, but all the same parts. I'm not going to change the parts. Because, I don't know, maybe, like, there's... Nah, I don't think there's anything to do with, like, things getting obscured on screen by the gun. But I just feel weird about, like, coming up with different gun configurations. Fucking hell, turn! Okay, that's 1. Man. This is not time efficient at all. You know, I kind of want to try the... Oh, no, not 3 ricochets. Multi-shot. Can I somehow get it? Oh, there, I got it. Now we just need more chain guns. They go again. There, okay. So, no E-cores, no hyper-threading. Does that make any difference? Nah, not really. Yeah, really, nah. That didn't do anything. Or if it did something, it's so small that it just doesn't register. Okay. So next I want to try underclock the CPU. Like, drop the core clock through the freaking ground. Drop the CPU to 3 GHz, see what happens. I'm gonna have an extremely efficient CPU now. This should make it run way slower, right? Actually, yeah, no, this is gonna run slower. Like, this better run at, like, freaking... What should it run at? It should probably run at, like, 30 FPS, I think. Yeah, because at, like, 5 to 6 gigahertz, it was running at, like, 4 to 50. Like, 40 to 50, so I would assume this would run at, like, 20 to 30? Something like that. Assuming it's CPU bottlenecked, it should run at like 20 to 30 FPS now. $3 GHz, can you keep the higher cache clock? I mean, we can test that afterwards. 20 to 25. Yeah, we'll see. Man, the CPU's so underclocked it doesn't even load into game anymore. So we're still getting like 300 FPS just, you know, standing around. It is a bit... Nah. I don't think it's actually lower. Wait. That's... So playing this through a capture card makes it feel really spongy. Which is not helping, which is why I'm like trying not to, like, why I'm mostly, yeah. That's not the CPU's fault, that's the capture card's fault. Because I know from experience, like, the capture card makes everything feel spongy, so... But it is annoying that, like, moving around is a pain, everything's a pain. And we pop the ricochets on. Okay. So that's our two guns done again, and now we stand in the corner, we point at the sign, and remove frame rate. Oh, it's worse. Oh, it is way worse. Oh, okay, so it is very core clock bottlenecked. I don't think the CPU was running at, like, I don't think I cut the core clock in half because I don't think the CPU was consistently hitting 6 gigahertz before. That's the fun thing about boost algorithms, is that you don't actually get the boost when your CPU is getting run over by badly written physics. Okay, so that confirms that the game definitely seems to like gigahertz. So we've confirmed that. It likes gigahertz. We need more. So that explains why the 3950X felt like an absolute potato. No, this isn't really a stress test. This is a bench. This is, like, because it hit, the thing is, this game hits, like, one core. It really does. So the thing is, I don't think clocking the ring above the core is actually going to work, because... like, Intel CPUs have this thing called the ring-to-core offset, which, oh, I forgot to disable that. I don't think that would have affected things too much, but anyway. So I guess we're going to try 60. But we can't have all the cores turned on for that. Because this CPU, like, it'll, like, we can't, like, I can't even run Cinebench with hyperthreading turned off at 6 gigahertz. Like, that's just not going to happen. The cores on this chip suck too much. So we're going to go with, like, I don't know, maybe... Wait, I'm going to need so much core voltage. Okay, we're not doing that. I'm going to run, like, 5.9... Oh, man. I think 5.9 might work. That should be close enough. That might work. We'll need, like... I'm not sure if this No, this will probably, like, this might work. Can I get this to run at 60 FPS? I wonder. The thing is, if this scales linearly with core clock and the 7800X3D gets like the same-ish FPS at 5 GHz as this does at what I'm assuming was probably 5.6-ish? Maybe 5.5? Then I would think that, like, a questionably modified, like, well, actually, I think some motherboards let you set the core voltage on a 7800X3D still. But, like, you could, like, take a like, if you ran a 7800X3D on, like, phase change, you could try run that CPU at, like, 5.5, and that would maybe be more effective than trying to get a 14900K to run at, like, 6+. Because going from 5.5 to 6 is, like, less... Yeah, that's slightly less of an improvement than from 5 to 5.5. It would be really funny if we crashed, but I don't think that'll happen. This is very single-threaded. We're 9 GHz on LN2. Yeah, but you can't daily LN2. That's, like, the main problem. Whereas you can kind of daily phase change. I am getting really stuck on this door. This is the second time this happened. See, this is why I don't use Intel CPUs. Intel CPUs make you get stuck on doors. That's a joke. But to be completely honest, I don't remember, like, I didn't get stuck on that door. I did get stuck on some, like, geometry elsewhere in the game, but I haven't gotten stuck on that door basically until today. I didn't know you could get stuck on that door. You can get stuck on other things. Because, yeah, this game does suffer from the, like, oh, there's a lot of complex geometry and we didn't, like, block it off so that our character model doesn't get stuck to it sometimes. So there's, like, certain areas in the game where I'm like, yeah, I'm not gonna go near that because I'll get stuck on it, potentially. And then you have to restart, which is really annoying. So I think mostly me getting stuck on that door is that the, like, input lag of playing through the capture card is making me, like, run into it, which I don't normally do. That's my excuse, capture card input lag, which is real. Like, seriously, this is so spongy. You're not supposed to play through a capture card, like, that's... Yeah. Also, if anybody's wondering, my capture card doesn't have a pass-through for the monitor, so, like, that's not an option. Okay, 5.8 GHz core, but 3 GHz ring. Here we go. Huh. Kind of similar to, like, the stock configuration. So now I want to try more ring clock. Like, as much ring clock as possible. Yeah, it is extremely CPU frequency bottlenecked. All I hear is, guys, this game is terrible, don't buy it. I wouldn't be testing it if it wasn't a game that I don't, like, play very often. Yeah, this is actually, honestly, yeah, I'd put it up there as, like, one of my favorite FPS games of all time. It's not super complex, but, like, it nails the movement. Like, I love the movement in that game. Yeah, and then, like, a lot of the rest of it is kind of, like, very shallow, but, like, it's a real, like, it's just a nice flow game. Like, you get into it, and it just, like, it flows. There's no jarring anything. Everything is very nice and smooth, and until you forget about some, like, sticky geometry and get stuck on something, and then that ruins the flow. But the main gameplay arenas don't really suffer from that as much as the, like, hub area of the game. So, yeah. Anyway, so we're gonna try 5.3 gigahertz on the ring now and see if that helps. $6,000, 28, 36, 36, 40, 480 TRFC, max TREFI. All the other set tightened. Easy gains left on the table? Not really. If you're running that as a daily setup, I'd call it a day if I were you. Oh, wait, why am I clicking on Steam? Doom 2016 is yeah, that easily best soundtrack. That's, like, probably the only game I've ever played where I didn't just listen to my own music. No, Ultra Kill. But, nah. Like, I've actually, like, Doom 2016 soundtrack, I've actually just, like, listened to just doing other things, which I can't say I've done the same for Ultra Kill. Actually, no, I have done that for Ultra Kill. And I've done it for Incision. Nah, 2016 soundtrack best. Yeah. That's not... Yeah, the best soundtrack definitely 2016. Like, the other two are also really good, but if I had to only have one of them, Doom 2016 soundtrack. Okay, that's one gun set up. Man, this is such a pain. Really wish there was a save system for guns in this game. Because in regular gameplay, you wouldn't be doing this. Like, I'm using more parts than you can bring on a mission. Like, yeah. Like, each of these... Yeah, like, one of these guns is more parts than you get to bring with you on a single mission. The difference with the missions is, like, so you might be like, wait, so this isn't realistic for actual gameplay. And that's not true, because on some of the missions, the arenas are really, really big. So when you empty a gun that just spits out basically infinite bullets into one of those really big arenas, the frame rate just dies. Because the arena's so big that it just takes forever for the projectile to get from one end to the other and despawn. Also, there's enemies spawning their own projectiles, and the environment likes to spawn projectiles. This game is a bullet hell, so there's just kind of bullets everywhere, and the developers didn't really do anything about the whole, like, hey, maybe we should try multi-threading our bullet physics if we're gonna be spawning thousands of them. Honestly, this is running pretty good. Wait, no, it's still dipping to 43. So, juicing the cache really didn't do anything. Or like it didn't drastically change the results. Like it still runs like garbage. What's really annoying is like occasionally we'll get dips all the way down to like 43 FPS and then it's like back up to 46. Yeah, like I feel like it's tied to like when I press the gun, and I think some of the randomness of the bullets, like some of them reach their like bounce limit really quickly. And they despawn, and so like there's like annoying randomness in the test from that. Like if I was trying to intentionally like write a benchmark for this, then it would be like have like 1,000 bullets with infinite HP and then just let them bounce around. Right? Like the bullets just bounce around forever and there's 1,000 of them, and measure the FPS of that. Instead of like doing this where it's like, well, I hope they don't despawn too quickly or something. Yeah, no. So if this seems about the same as stock, honestly. Oh, I got stuck on a door again. Are you kidding me? I had no idea the environment in this game was this sticky. Anyway, it doesn't matter. We can just quit at this point. So, I guess the next thing to try is just try overclock the memory, but I get the feeling that's not going to do anything. Because it just doesn't react to, like, raising the cache clock barely made a difference. Intel doors. It would be really funny if it was like, oh, the system's... Well, no. What if it was like a slight difference in the floating point math accuracy, and it's like, yeah, the doors are stickier on Intel CPUs because the float math is like slightly different. But I don't think that would actually be the case. Okay, what kind of settings should we run? Let's try... I'm gonna try to go for 7200, I think. Nah, there's a decent chance that's not gonna work. So we're gonna try 6933 again. And I'm just gonna go, like, absolutely as low as possible on everything. I don't think TRCD40 is gonna work. Oh, well, we'll see. $10, 577. Actually, I don't think that's even going to work, so we're not going to do that. 400. T-fall 16. And no, we're going to leave that at 2. Refresh interval 1. I'm going to try 1.6. And then 5, 4, 2. No, oh, right. 2, 4, 44. Actually, no, I'm going to go all the way down to 4 on that one. 12. Maybe I'll set both of these to 42. That should still work. 4, 4, 16. Actually, at 14. We'll try 14, 8. 18, 18. 12, 8. 56, 44. There. Also turn on round trip latency. No, we're gonna go with 1.4. I think this should work. So we're going from 4800 to 6933 right now. So if this doesn't make the FPS, like, improve significantly, which I don't think it will, then this game is just cursed, and we're gonna need, like, 10 gigahertz... Like, I'm gonna need, like, a 10 gigahertz CPU if I ever want to play with ludicrously overbuilt weaponry. Also, it looks like I punched in settings that don't work. Good job, me. No, I honestly, for this game, I think I would take 10 gigahertz on 4. If I could get a 10 gigahertz quad core for this game, I think that would actually be optimal. Nah, I think it's the read-to-read. Or I didn't give it enough voltage for CL30. I benched, like, cast write latency 24 at, like, 7200 with these sticks. Can have 6.2 gigahertz on 1. Yeah, if your CPU isn't potato. Man, it is not recovering, which is super annoying. Because I didn't enable the safe boot function. A 10 gigahertz quad core with 16 E-cores at Raptor Lake IPC would easily crush a 14900K in terms of gaming performance. Oh, yeah. Theoretically, it should be able to run this gun at like 100 FPS almost. Well, the game... So what really surprised me, though, is that this game, like, doesn't care about E-cores. Like, it's not negatively or positively affected by them. And it doesn't care about hyperthreading. Actually, I'm less surprised by the E-cores than I am surprised about the hyperthreading. The hyperthreading not doing anything was, like, I really thought that would help. Because there's a lot of, like, games that are badly optimized, and they hate hyperthreading so much. And this just doesn't care. Then again, I guess this also is using just, like, Unreal Engine, so I think probably the problem with hyperthreading is when people have, like, custom engines, and then the engine doesn't know what to do with hyperthreading, whereas this is just Unreal Engine, and it's so Unreal Engine probably knows what to do about hyperthreading, because, like, it's been around for ages. And then it's just the game being stupid with... Having a few hundred bullets flying around is a good idea. What do you mean that it takes forever to simulate all of that? We're gonna back off to the settings that I used for the video earlier today. Actually, yeah, you know what? We're just gonna go with those. But like with way higher TRFC. I mean refresh interval. Oh wait, I set the command rate to 1, didn't I? That's probably why it didn't work. You have 2T before? Oh, I did. Okay. There might have been the 18s on these two. The CL30 and cast write latency 24 should not be an issue. Actually, you know what? I'll leave TCP dead alone. I mean, we could also just turn on the real-time memory timing. And adjust it in Windows, because that's gonna, like, totally, there's gonna be a timing I can adjust in Windows that's gonna make a huge difference to this game that just hates everything that isn't gigahertz. Actually, I am gonna turn off the hyperthreading and the E-cores again, just so that I can run the CPU at high clocks. Oh, I should have also probably disabled all of this last time. Actually, I'll actually just go and disable everything. Including some of the cores. And we're gonna try do 6 gigahertz again. You know what, let's test out my quad-core theory. I bet it'll run great. Okay, wait, we're not gonna do it this way. We're gonna... Specifically, because this is really annoying. It's the 2 best cores on the CPU. The 2 best cores are 6 and 7. Yeah. Gonna also enable those 2, and then everything else is getting off. Man, imagine if the CPU had less E-cores. Wouldn't my life be so much easier? My fingers do be getting mighty tired. Mashing disable on the freaking things. Anyway, disable, turbo power limits, on, and then we're just gonna... Man, if Gigabyte could add one thing to their BIOS that would make me so happy is a power limits off option. Because, like, I think technically one of the settings does it, but, like, the labeling is so weird, and it's just like, yeah, I'd rather just, you know for a fact that there's no power limit than try to figure out which weirdly labeled option is the disable the power limit. Wait, does that go everything to... Yes, this will not throttle for anything mode. Oh, this needs to go as well. Yeah. I'm gonna go 1.5. Oh, wait. 1.5. Because we need to degrade all of the cores on this CPU somehow. 54 this time. Can we try 6.1? Yeah, let's try 6.1. Turbo. Max everything. I'm gonna do one check of the memory timings. You like Apex Legends because you play... I played Titanfall 2, and no, I've never played Apex Legends, and I don't want to. I do not understand why you'd want to play, like, I do not, like, Battle Royales don't make sense to me. No, I need a ton of E-core for 6 gigahertz. Also, it's not even stable. I'm pretty sure this won't run Cinebench. It's a good thing that game doesn't use more than, like, a thread. Because if it did... well, it would probably run better. But... if it ran this badly and also used all of the cores, we'd be actually screwed. There would be nothing... there would actually not be anything I could do about it. No, 1.55, as far as I know, will actually quite quickly start degrading 14900Ks. Like, the newer manufacturing process from Intel, as far as I know, is straight up weaker than 14 nanometer was. And 14 nanometer, I would not want to run that at 1.5 either for long term. Yeah, especially if you're actually loading the CPU. So, we're of course incredibly GPU bottlenecked right now, but the game does run. Be very careful of the doors, because the doors are very sticky. Time to build the FPS removal gun again. Right. And scrolled past the chain guns. What's the FPS? You can see it right there. We're at 500 right now. Because we're GPU bottlenecked. It'll drop to 50 soon enough. Don't worry. Because the only thing harder to run than, like, AAA games is indie games. Well, no, so AAA games will murder your GPU with ray tracing and texture quality, and you're going to run out of VRAM, and there's going to be stutter from, like, shaders getting compiled, and, you know, all that good stuff that you expect from your AAA game. And then there's indie games where somebody decided that spawning a few thousand projectiles was a good idea, and they're going to do all of them on one thread. To be fair to the developers of this game, my game does the same thing. All of the physics run on one thread, and I do spawn an awful lot of bullets. Because this game was kind of one of my main inspirations for the combat. And it's like, yeah, so I'm just gonna have, like, enemies that just, like, spawn projectiles, except my projectiles are worse, because they don't even fly in a straight line. They actively track the player. So every frame, that's like extra math that needs to be done to point the projectile at the player, right? So it's not just like move projectile forward, check if it hits something. No. It's point projectile at player, move projectile forward, check if it hits something. So, and the turning things, like, I'm pretty sure rotations are more mathematically problematic than just translations. So, yeah, that's, you know, not great. Though, at least my game is very, very simplistic for now, so even with... I don't think I'd reach the projectile counts these guns do, though. Yeah, probably not. Which is probably why I haven't seen my game drop to, like, 50 FPS yet. Wait, have I done it? Dude, it is like... Oh, wait, no, there's 50. 52. Wait, this is working! It's, like, not horribly... Might not be doing the switching between the guns fast enough. This is actually faster. Well, that's great, but Intel doesn't sell quad cores. This is like actually, yeah, this is like actually faster. This is like solidly faster. But, you know, I just had to turn off the hyper-threading, turn off all the E-cores, turn off half the P-cores, clock the CPU to 6.1 gigahertz, shove 1.5 volts into it, clock the ring to 5.4 gigahertz, clock them... This is Mother Gunship. It's a FPS game that I really like playing, and unfortunately it also absolutely murders CPUs once you build a big enough gun. Yeah, like, I've basically... I mean, also, we can make it worse. It's like, so, you thought... Like, the funny thing about this game is, when you think you finally... So, it's like, oh, the FPS isn't terrible anymore. Oh, well, we can fix that. Don't worry, I can make it worse again. You just need more bullets. Oh, this is going to be really awful. Because the blasters are actually... I think they might actually be more CPU intensive than the machine guns, depending on the scenario. So... Oh, this is actually not doing as bad. Oh, this is running better. Well, I'll be damned. I thought this would definitely be worse. Oh wait, there goes 40. Well, I'll try moving the camera to see if, like, oh nope, that doesn't really make it any. Like, I was thinking if the frame rate drops low enough, you'll start getting that, like, slideshow effect if I just move the camera around, but you really don't. So, yeah, it really doesn't seem to be suffering too badly at this point. So... Alright, so the memory overclock actually, like, seemingly did a lot. So what if I drop the memory to like 3600? Wait, I could have just crashed the refresh interval. Now, we'll massively underclock the memory and see what happens. Any dual rank? I do technically have some dual rank DIMMs, but I don't really see the point in testing those. Because I want to now confirm, like, the memory is actually making a difference, right? So we're going to go all the way down to, like, 3600. The reason I'm going all the way down to 3600 is because the timings are, you know, below, like, way better than JDEC spec. Actually, you know what? No, we're not going to do that. We're going to drop to 4800. And I'm just going to set the refresh interval to auto. Yeah, I'm just going to do this and this. And that should just, like, ruin it, I think. Or that should see a pretty big drop. If it's actually benefiting from the memory, then that should make a big difference. And honestly, like, going from, like, the 40 to 50 range to the 50 to 60 range, that's, like, a big deal. Like, that would... Like, I'm like, looking at it and, like, how feasible is it that I would daily this? Or something close to this? But the thing is, I need, like, if most of the performance benefit is in the memory, then it's like, okay, I could probably actually, or if, like, a lot of the performance benefit is in the memory, then dailying this wouldn't actually be too bad. But if it's primarily the core clock, then this is hopeless, because like, I can't daily this. Right, because, like, we're at, like, I'm pretty sure the voltage I'm at, like, this is going to break the CPU in, like, a couple years. Or not even a couple, maybe a year before it, like, becomes noticeably less, like, stable. Because 1.5 volts is a lot. Like, it really is. Alright, nope, that's the wrong gun. I'm specifically using these blue ones because these have a fire rate of 40 shots per second each. Which is where all the problems come from. So, like, in regular gameplay, you can actually, like, design guns that don't murder the frame rate, but the funny thing is this gun actually has, I think, one of the highest damages per second in the entire game. So, being able to play with this setup would actually be quite nice for a lot of the end game missions. Because the way the game works, once you finish, like, there's a story. There's actually 2 campaigns in it. Like, there's 2 stories in the game that you can play through. But yeah, once you play through the 2 stories, it's just like an endless mode, and the enemy, like, difficulty just keeps getting higher and higher, which means enemies shoot more bullets, faster bullets, more dangerous bullets. Also, enemies have more health. So, you know, having a gun with insane DPS would be kind of nice. Huh, it's almost entirely the core clock. Yeah, it really does seem to be, like, almost entirely core clock. I mean, we saw a dip there that was, like, 49 FPS, but... yeah, the memory really didn't seemingly do much. Alright, what? Why is the refresh interval so high? Oh, right, gigabyte BIOS. Okay, we're just gonna set the refresh interval to, like, 4,550. It didn't reset the refresh interval. Wait, what? Do my eyes deceive me, or did the refresh interval just, like... oh boy, this is not great for stability, but... I'm failing at the, like, firing the guns correctly. I think that, no, wait, no, Okay, this is really a pain to test. But I feel like that actually made a difference. Like, noticeable difference. So it's a bit memory bottlenecked, maybe? I mean, if I set the refresh interval low enough, at some point the frame rate's just gonna die, but... Yeah, but like, so 3000 refresh interval is literally below JDEC spec, so... So, the fact that the FPS right now is like, this is noticeably reducing the FPS is like, yeah, if it wasn't, I'd be concerned. So now I'm going to set something that's kind of similar to JDEC spec for 4800. So 5222 instead of 3333. That didn't really help very much. Yeah, that still runs like potato, and if I just put two ones in front of that. That helped. So it's a bit memory bottlenecked and like very CPU bottlenecked. I do kind of want to go back up to the high memory clock setup, though. Frame rate going down equals half the wattage used? Yeah, because the GPU just, like, chokes. The ultimate mother gunship setup. I bet we could turn off another core and it would probably still be fine. $7,200 I think should still kind of be functional. CL30 though. Yeah, I think that's too low for 7,200. Once we get into the OS, I'm going to smash the refresh interval. As in, like, set it to, like, 200. Wait, what is it at right now? It's, like, at 160,000, isn't it? Unfortunately, I can't see what it errored out on. Blue screen doesn't fit. So I don't know if that was a memory error or if it was a core clock. Could have also been the cache, I guess. Actually, I'm gonna keep the I'm gonna keep the ring clock down at 54 because that actually didn't seem to make as much of a difference as the core clock did earlier. And ring clock generally requires just stupid core voltage increases. Oh, these are both on auto. That's bad. There. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna go 211, 211 for refresh interval. And if it blue screens again, then I think it's the core clock being too high. See, this is the kind of game testing that I personally would actually really like to do more of, is just like taking various games that run like garbage and seeing like what can you do to make them run less garbage? Instead of just like the brainless like, oh, CPU versus CPU, it's like, no, like, because it's the same kind of thing that I do with Firestrike, right? With any of the 3D Marks, is like, when I run 3D Mark Vantage on a 7950X, I disable the hyperthreading. I clock the cores as high as possible. I clock the, like, you need to, like, figure out if the memory wants to, like, run the memory as high as possible. Then clock the GPU as high as possible, right? So this is basically doing what I do for synthetic benchmarks, but with a game. So I find it interesting. Whereas the whole, like, oh, this system is faster than this system is like, yeah, but which one did you spend more hours tuning is really the... Well, assuming the parts are reasonably fast to begin with, obviously a 7800X 3D. I mean, obviously an FX8350. That was the CPU one. There's no amount of overclocking you can do to an FX8350 to make it not suck. Because this is actually one thing that's always bugged me about the various 3D Marks, is they're too optimized. Right? Like, the benchmarks are written by people who want to write good code. That's like why that's why quad GPU setups work for 3D Mark. Have you ever seen a game that supports quad GPU properly? No! Because game developers need to make games, not performance. Oh, I guess technically the Crysis games. Actually, well, Crysis 3, I don't know. I've never checked. But I think, yeah, there are some games that obviously do well with quad GPU. Actually, the Battlefield games tend to, or at least the older Battlefield games used to be, like, really good at using top-of-the-line hardware. Right? So, like, if you had a multi-GPU setup, like, Battlefield was one of the few games that would really show it off. Assuming you also had a CPU powerful enough to deal with it, or you ran it at high enough resolution, because obviously one of the issues with multi-GPU setups is that eventually, like, if you're at, say, 1080p, and you have 4 GPUs, yeah, you end up CPU bottlenecked. The hell is this? Oh yeah, Tomb Raider was also very well optimized for a bunch of stuff. I don't think it's the memory, I think it's just the core. I'm gonna drop the core clock down, and we're gonna, like, I bet you it's not gonna crash anymore. Because the thing is, like, if you're on ambient cooling, at some point you're gonna hit a, like, you can't just keep raising the voltage and it won't, like, it won't just keep scaling. Like, on Intel it's not super noticeable, but on, say, Ryzen 7000, once you go past, like, 1.35 volts, it just doesn't, for, like, high load, it just doesn't scale. Actually, even 1.35 volts is often way too much. It's like 1.3 can be the limit. Where it's just like, yeah, you raise the voltage and it actually clocks worse. Though it is also possible that I just didn't give it enough voltage. Maybe 6.2 needs 1.6 volts. I don't really want to put 1.6 volts through a 10 nanometer CPU on a water cooler, though. I would like the CPU to work at the end of this. It's bad enough without taking serious silicon degradation. The last thing I need is for this CPU to not like to get worse. Yeah, see, now it's working again. So it's just 6.2 gigahertz is too many gigahertz. Believe it or not, I know things about the hardware that I mess with. Well, 1.6 is a lot to get into Windows, so funnily enough, Windows, when it starts, usually actually hits the entire CPU. So, theoretically, we could try disable one more core, and then raise the core voltage, because that'll keep the thermal load down. So we'll have a triple core. Actually, I wonder if a dual core would even be viable. Just 2 cores versus... Because I really do think this game is like super single-threaded. And so, you know, as long as... Like, if it really does only run on one thread, then even with 2 cores, it should be fine. Right? Because the only other thing that's running in the background is Windows, and I'd hope that Windows is not so inefficient that, like, a dual-core CPU can't run it. Actually, like, actively making the system complete, like, building a PC that's completely unusable, but at least it plays one game really well. Oh, this is running, like, a bit better. I'm kind of wondering, because, like, if I disabled all the other 2 cores, right, we'd only have the 2 best cores on the entire chip. And I think maybe that would do 6.3 at that point. And then turn the E-cores back on. Dude, but the E-cores at 1.6 volts are gonna chug power. They're gonna be so thirsty. So yeah, this is actually now running pretty good. Now it does scale with memory, so maybe 7400 on the RAM would be a good idea. But I think mainly, like, we're gonna just try 6.3, 5.5 ring, and, like, 2 cores. Because I want to know. No, run just 4 E-cores. 1 E-core per E-core cluster. Yeah, to spread the heat out. Yeah, so the power consumption drop as the frame rate dies is because the GPU stops working, basically. Like, the CPU basically, like, 1 core on the CPU gets absolutely smashed, which 1 core just can't pull that much power on its own. And the GPU sits there going like, yo, buddy, where's that frame data? Aren't I supposed to do something? Like, when I was playing this game on stream recently, with my daily system, the 4070 Ti was dropping all the way from like when the game wasn't CPU bottlenecked, it would pull like 295 watts. And worse, I think the biggest power consumption drop that I noticed was like 80 watts. Literally, the GPU went from pulling like almost 300 watts to pulling 80 watts. Like 1/3 of the typical power consumption because it was so bottlenecked. So yeah, this game is like not very optimized. I'm not even sure, like, the thing is, like, most, like, what compare, like, how many first-person bullet hell games are you aware of? Because I'm aware of, like, 2, and both of them are by the developer that made this game. And this is one of them. So anyway, now, yeah, so, goodbye Core 5, goodbye Core 4. I want all the gigahertz. This is dumb. This is really dumb. So I've seen Hyperdemon, but I don't think it really counts as a bullet hell. It's like weird, I guess maybe? Because like to me the bullet hell is like a lot of the projectiles, like they're not aimed at you, whereas what I've seen of Hyperdemon, like basically everything is going for the player. Whereas bullet hells is like the air is bullets. Okay, that's too much core clock again. Oh man, why? And then there's people out there on the internet who can run Cinebench at 6 gigahertz, and then there's me over here with my 14900K, where, like, running 6.2 requires disabling most of the CPU. Okay, it doesn't literally require disabling most of the CPU. I bet if I spent enough time with the wacky boost system, I could get 6.2 to work on 2 of the... Actually, I'm not sure I could, but maybe it would. Try different LLC. Yeah, like more LLC. We're already on turbo. Will 1.56 volts not severely degrade it? Not in a couple minutes it won't. Try a different game. I don't have any other games. This was literally, like, this was the only game that I installed on this system. Lower V-core. Yeah, if I've rolled it over at this point, which I'm not sure that I have. No, if we're at thermal rollover, then lowering the V-core might help, but I'm not sure. If you were to run Y-Cruncher at this voltage, however, it will not be pretty. I'm pretty sure the Windows loading screen at this point is doing damage. So I have a bunch of bench SSDs, and they're all like this is the only one that's bigger than like 128 gigs. So the other ones don't have games on them. Gonna have to check that nothing got, like, reset or anything. Okay, now we're still at 7200 CL32. Just absolutely wild memory timing. Actually, they're not that wild. The funny thing with Hynix memory chips is, like, you don't... like, what you can daily is not that different from what you can, like, bench. I'm pretty sure there's people with 13900 KSs that are better than what I have here. We're already hitting, like almost 60. Though I don't think going from 6.1 to 6.2 gigahertz is going to really make much of a difference. But I'm more wondering, like, is having only 2 cores going to just murder the frame rate? This game is quite old, right? So it's not quite from... It's not from... Actually, it is kind of from around the time when Intel was only making quad cores. Yeah, I think this game is older than Ryzen. So actually, this might run just fine even on 2 cores. Which is where we're at now. Yeah, and then just, like, turn on the E-cores again, and actually you'd probably end up with a somewhat usable system with this wacky configuration. I'm just, like... My main concern with this setup is, like, I think the CPU would actually degrade after, like, not too long. I'm not... the E-cores would probably be fine if you didn't clock them very high, but honestly, the ring might fall apart. Like, I have heard from some people that, like, they've degraded the ring on their... and this is, like, people benching, so, like, you know, people really pushing the chips as hard as possible. But I have heard of people, like, managing to degrade specifically the ring and not the cores. In, like, not very long runs of, like, various benchmarks. Yeah, 2 cores and it's still not doing too badly. I think it is worse, though. Or maybe about the same. Nah, I think it's slightly worse. Also, I'm kind of feeling like there's some hitching going on sometimes. Oh yeah, if you do this in a bigger room, the frame rate tanks so much harder. Wait, I'm gonna try get stuck on a corner. The reason I don't test in this room is because the, like, turrets spawning in, like, throw off the numbers more. Yeah, and so the problem is, like, when you're actually playing this game, you know, you might play an arena. Oh boy. Dude, this does also spongy capture card things, so, like, me going like, oh, this feels terrible is like, yeah, well, you're playing it through a capture card. Through OBS. We're gonna need to lower the movement speed. I can't play like this. It's gonna make me a healthy boy and a... Okay, well, there's my crutch. Because I can't play at that movement speed with the frame rate being what it is. We're not gonna play a real mission. We're gonna play Endless. And we're gonna see how this goes with just 2 cores. Man, I don't remember this being... Wait, what? Oh, Endless mode is, like, different. Okay, no, I don't want to play Endless. I wanted to play Sandbox. There. I do kind of feel like maybe the dual cores are... Being, like, setting the dual core is, like on asset load-in. It kind of feels like that might have been multi-threaded. But, like, again, I'm playing through a capture card, so, like, going like, oh, I feel like something is like, yeah, through a capture card. You're gonna feel something. Mainly the capture card. Should I just... No, I want to build like a normal gun, like something I would actually regularly use. So I usually don't go past 2 multi-shots, because the reason I use the multi-shot is it doubles the DPS. Like, it's literally the easiest way to double your damage output in this game that there is. So it's like multi-shot, and then you just stack machine guns on top of that. We're gonna go like chain gun, chain gun. Actually, I probably wouldn't go double chain gun just because double chain gun is like excessive. Machine gun, machine gun. And then here we're gonna do... I'm gonna go... Oh wait, I should have put a box. Well, actually, we can just put that up front. Yeah, we can just put the connector there. And then... Gonna go... double oblivi gun and railgun, I think, and maybe a rocket launcher. Yeah, I'm gonna stick a... Oh, I don't have the part that lets you do that. Okay, so no rocket launcher, just the railgun. Where is my railgun? Yeah, where is the railgun? The hell? Oh, there it is. I'm blind. Wait, can I really not squeeze a rocket launcher on here? Okay, yeah, that's not happening. Wait. I will not take no. So yeah, we're gonna put rockets on this. And then we're also gonna put that railgun back on. And honestly, I've actually managed to get missions where I've been able to build this, something similar to this monstrosity. Not literally this. Actually, I think if I played a Doom Factory, I could. Yeah, by the time, I think if I intentionally went for this, I could probably build most of it before I get to the boss. For this thing, I might actually go for 2 multi-shots, and then... Honestly, a power circuit on this would be nice. Yeah, a power circuit. Like, it's just gonna do so much damage. And then, I also want it to go fast. Oh, wait, that would have been the pressure booster. Oh, no, we can't have a power circuit and a pressure booster at the same time. That's gonna be unusable. So yeah, we're just gonna go pressure booster. And then, I do still want the damage boost on this, though. I mean, I guess the sprayer... Yeah, sprayer is kind of the best option in this case, because I have 2... Yeah, I have 2 multi-shots, so that's actually gonna work very well. So, we have... the just big explosion gun with a railgun as well. Also, I feel like being on a dual core is not good. And then we have this, which, yeah. Actually, wait, I don't... What's my effects quality at? Okay, no, that's the correct effects quality. If you set it higher, like, the effects look more impressive, but it actually makes it harder to see what's going on. Oh my god. So, okay, so yeah, when the enemies are spawning in, this is actually stuttering right now. Like, very noticeable stutter on the enemy spawn in, so I think that might actually be multi-threaded even if the projectile physics aren't. Man, I'm so slow. Got that I removed all my movement upgrades. Wait, what's above me? Can we try what board on the stream? Oh man, yeah, it really stutters a lot when the turrets spawn in. Like that, it just freezes for like a frame. Also, this arena sucks. Man, playing this game through a capture card is so bad. This is like 0 out of 10 would not recommend doing this. This is awful. Do not play games through through OBS. Like if a capture card pass through, that's fine. I'm playing it through OBS. That is so much input lag. You have no idea. Like I feel like there's a spring on the mouse. Because, like, I let go of the mouse and the camera is still turning. Or, like, I stop the mouse and the camera is still turning. We're not really getting the kinds of arenas that I was hoping for. I'm just gonna bail out of this one again. Just gonna skip to the door. Ugh. The latency bad. Yes, well, but I'm pretty sure here we're talking like tens of milliseconds. Man, open, damn it. Huh, this didn't stutter. Interesting. Oh, actually, it might have been shader stutter for the turrets spawning in. Because, like, the various effects that they have. Man, I keep getting these lame arenas. There's like some really epic ones, though. I think in the sandbox you can't actually get the arenas from the like final mission in this game, which is really lame. Because that mission has the best like arena, or like the most interesting arena layouts. And the only way, like, it's really hard to get to it. So it's kind of annoying. It also doesn't help that I'm, like, playing with, like, with the capture card, like, the image is way smaller than, like, the ultra-wide that I usually play on, so... Also, the monitor I'm playing on is 60 Hz. I think the capture card already screwed that part anyway, so that doesn't matter, I don't think. Anyway, so, yeah, Mother Gunship is very core clock limited and kinda memory limited, and that's about it. So, if you want to play this game optimally, you need like a 6.2 gigahertz dual core. Nah, actually quad core was better. Well, I guess that answers my question of, like, should I maybe consider a 13th gen from other gunship? And the answer is, not really, because the only way it's going to be a noticeable upgrade over what I have right now, because if I went with, like, realistic settings, it would be like... And when I say realistic settings, we're still talking, like, a custom loop. And a CPU with better silicon than this. Actually, at this point, I would just enable everything. Yeah. Even the cores. I wonder if even more on the memory might not be possible. Because I don't need it to be stable right now. So like 7466 at like 43. I think that might work. So that postcode that just showed up, the 2E, that's like a memory error, which is a problem. Yeah, that's a memory error. Does your RAM work past 40? Depends on the settings that I'm running. Has AM5's Code 15 training gotten any better? What do you mean by gotten any better? Can you... Like, you can... AMD gives you a bunch of settings for configuring the training, and you can make it as short or as long as you like. If you want it to be extra long, you can make it like 4 minutes. If you want it to be extra short, you can make it a couple seconds. I love how my last known good is like stupid mode. Oh well, it did work, unlike the settings I tried after that. So I guess I'll just leave the memory at 7200. No point trying to push that one. I don't think that's actually going to do anything. If I was dailying this, I wouldn't actually bother to turn the hyperthreading back on, because, like, for my daily system, it wouldn't make a difference. Like, yeah, for my daily, it wouldn't make a difference if the hyperthreading is on or off. Like, I don't need that much multi-threaded performance, and so the reduced peak thermal density is, like, a nice little benefit. No, I don't hate hyperthreading. Like, on the 7800X3D, I have SMT turned on. But, like, my thought process is basically, I need X amount of multi-threaded performance. Anything extra is getting thrown out for basically any reason. So it's like, the 7800X3D has SMT turned on, because if I turned it off, it would be a problem. But when I had a 3950X, I had it turned off because having it turned on was a problem. Funnily enough, a 7800X3D with hyperthreading with SMT turned on has basically the same multi-core performance as a 3950X with the SMT turned off. So, yeah, and if I had a 14900K, well, I don't need 40,000 points in Cinebench. I'm quite happy with, like, 15,000? Something like that. I don't know what my daily system gets right now for, like, modern Cinebench. If I had a 7950X3D, I'd probably run it without hyperthreading. Yeah. Can you test DXVK in this game? I don't know how, because I've never tried using DXVK, and I don't see why that would help, unless DXVK somehow multi-threads the physics, which, like, why would it? Because I don't think it's an issue of the, like, particle, like, because DXVK I would assume just helps you with draw calls, maybe. And I don't think this game is particularly draw call heavy. I'm gonna go with the CPU is literally spending, like, when we're at 50 FPS, we're looking at, what, like 20 milliseconds per frame? So the CPU is spending 20 milliseconds updating the position of every single one of the projectiles. Right? Like, that just takes forever to do. No, why would it give at least 20 FPS? Like, this is, I think, the most blatant demonstration of a single-threaded, like, physics bottleneck ever. This is like Minecraft. Actually, no, I think Minecraft might be worse. In terms of, like, where the bottleneck in it comes from, but... Though, but Minecraft doesn't tend to run as badly as this does. No, install the damn part. There we go. So here's the, like, realistic configuration. Wait, what? Why is it... What? The hell? Am I stupid? What changed? Oh, no. I don't even know what that is. That all looks correct. Is the game getting stuck on the E-cores? Is Windows being stupid? Well, you can always rely on the software to do something incredibly moronic. So I imagine if you had a 7950X3D, you'd have to manually pin this game as well. Actually, I wonder, because 7950X3D, would this actually end up running better on the gigahertz CCD rather than the rather than the cache CCD? Because the game does scale a bit with memory, and it also scales with core clock. Like, it scales with both, and I'd say it seems to scale more with core clock than with memory. So, and see, this is why the why I think the dual X3 the idea of having asymmetrical cache configurations is just bad, because like if you're a game developer, you basically have to go and figure out like, hey, is my game gonna run better on X or is it gonna run better on Y, and then figure out which CCD you want it to run on. So this is actually, like, this configuration right now, this is actually just straight up faster than what my daily system can do. By, like, a good 10 FPS, yeah, 10... Yeah, because it's like 44, 45 on my daily system minimum, and here we're seeing like 55 at the bottom end of it. So yeah, that's like 10 FPS more. So that's like a, yeah, like it's like a solid 20%, 25% performance uplift. Right, now it's dropping to 53. What? Okay, we'll just go with 20. Still, that's like a lot, as far as I'm concerned. Like, that's substantial. But I'd need to do something about the cooling system. Like, a lot. Also, the 5.3 gigahertz cache is, like, concerning. Oh, I can't... Oh, yeah, like, if I try to run Y-Cruncher right now, the CPU is just gonna explode. It might crash before it overheats. Please do not do this to your 14th gen. If you like having a functioning 14th gen, do not copy what I'm doing right now. Where's my temperature readout? Oh. Ah. Well, I mean, you can't degrade the CPU if it crashes before it degrades. No, it gets 100C all-core on auto settings. What we're running right now is significantly worse. Oh, I don't think it's thermal throttling when running the game, though. I mean, we can run hardware info in the background and check. But I don't think the game is loading the CPU enough to thermal throttle. Man, but I want this. Like, is it dumb? Yes. But if I could, I would. Oh, there we have all the core temperature readouts. The only issue is I don't think I could. Because this setup right here, this is like... Like, this would actually just be a massive pain. And also, I'm kind of wondering is like, well, if I put similar silly resources into the 7800X 3D, could I maybe do it with that? Anyway, I need to repin all the threads again, because Windows, dum-dum. I'm not even sure that setting the priority... Oh, wait, we can't set it to real time, because then, like, OBS... I mean, hardware info won't work, but... We can set the affinity... And the reason I'm leaving Core 0 out is because Core 0 tends to get used by Windows a lot. And so, right now... Right, you can see that max temp was, like, 60. So far. And I bet, like, when I'm firing the guns, like, I don't... Because, like, it's not... I don't think it's going to be, like, AVX accelerated or anything. Because then it would run better. Right? Like... It's like the funny thing is, like... The more better optimized the software is, the hotter it'll run. The less optimized the software is, the cooler it'll run. Because it'll get stalled out on, like, memory access or just not be using the available resources. Right? Like, from, like, a software perspective, unoptimized is leaving a lot of transistors doing nothing. So if most of the CPU isn't doing anything, your software is technically not very, like, it's not using all the available resources. Admittedly, you could also make it use all the available resources and not run any faster, which would be really stupid, but... If you could make it run faster by using more resources, then, like, yeah, that's optimization. Anyway, let's just slap more... everything on. We've got 2 wonderful FPS removal guns again. And I'm just gonna do this for a bit. Honestly, after seeing how much this scales with frequency, I also want to check the 7950X in this. Right, because that has a 5.7 gigahertz boost on some of the cores. So actually 7950, I mean, I guess I could just manually pin the threads and kill the SMT. Okay, so I think that's enough. Yeah, like it hits 64 degrees. Because it's unoptimized. Like peak software utilization is like Prime 95, which is like AVX. It runs in the L3 cache. It uses all of your cores, and it sets your CPU on fire. A game that runs at 50 FPS, unless it's like a physics simulator, it's not going to do that, probably. The problem I have with this setup is like, okay, so it runs this game fine, but it's like, how would you, because then you get into that whole question of like, yeah, but now I need to check if it's stable or not. Right, and then once the stability testing comes in, it's like everything starts getting slower progressively. This is painful. I wonder if there's some kind of mechanism for like well, like Ryzen in the when you have PBO on Ryzen, you have the clock stretching, and actually Intel kinda has that, but Intel has clock stretching. Like if you just leave the CPU on auto and you start lowering the voltage, it won't crash. It'll just slow down. On modern CPUs. But I tried like intentionally abusing that for like overclocking, and I couldn't get it to work. Like my thought process was like, yeah, I just punch in like 6 gigahertz and I set a voltage where 6 gigahertz is only stable at like low temperatures, and at high temperatures it'll just clock stretch into being stable, and it'll be great. And I tried doing that, and it just blue screened on me, so that didn't work. So and the thing is, on the other end, it's like, well, if I wanted to replicate similar, I want to test this game more. I wish I had a better way of benchmarking it than just like stand in the corner, shoot the guns, and look at the frame rate. Like obviously, I could use a better frame rate monitoring tool, especially if I wanted to like formalize the data. Then I'd use something to capture the frame rate. Though one thing that bugs me about that is like monitoring utilities can have Well, it'll be the same, theoretically it should be the same overhead for both systems, so, like, it doesn't matter, unless you're on, like, a single-core CPU. It's actually a funny consideration. If you had a single-core CPU, like, your monitoring software would be potentially significantly slowing it down. But, yeah. Because now I'm wondering is, like, okay, like, I want to see 7950X. Because I'm wondering, like, okay, what about on what about an AMD CPU at high gigahertz? Because it's, like, yeah, because I'm just interested to see. Like, I would assume the 7950X gets wrecked, in this game. By a 7800X 3D and the 14900K, but I'm not 100% certain. Let's high free. The 7950X has a peak boost of 5.7. And if I did what I did here, where, like, actually it's 5.75 peak boost. But if I did what I did here, where I disabled most of the CPU, I could probably run, like, 5.8 all-core for this game. Like, I think 4 cores, no SMT, I could probably run 5.8, 5.850, maybe more. It might even do 6. Like, I have screenshots of 6 gigahertz on the 7950X. That's not actually that hard. But, like, getting it to run that frequency in an actual workload is a whole nother matter with AMD CPUs, right? That's the downside with AMD's incredibly clever boost system is, like, the peak boost really is peak. Whereas Intel's boost is, like, also peaky, but not as peaky as AMD's. Like, AMD's is really, honestly, like, borderline false advertising, because the most reliable way of getting the peak boost to show up is to run, like, a memory benchmark, because you're, like, those are, like, very memory bottlenecked, so the CPU doesn't actually end up doing anything. Not a memory benchmark, like a memory stress test. Like HCI, MemTest Pro from HCI is very, very, very good at hitting peak boost on Ryzen CPUs, because it's completely memory bottlenecked. But this game, right, like, when we had the temperature monitoring up, like, this is also very low stress. So I'm thinking, like, because it ran at, like, 60 degrees, right, or 64 degrees max. So I'm thinking, like, yeah, it'll probably, like, that would probably be pretty boost friendly. And then it's just, like, a matter of making sure that it's on the right CCX. But the other thing I'm worried about is, like, but the Infinity Fabric is really bad. And the memory performance is really bad. And the game does actually benefit from memory a bit, right? So yeah, I'm wondering, like, if the memory falls off a cliff, will it just faceplant? Oh, I should have kept the game open. Oh, because now I'd have to rebuild the guns. Can you manually change the CCX? Yeah, you can just, like, reassign the affinity with process lasso. That's actually, like, that's one, like, I'm not saying this is a good idea, but if you play a game that very specifically runs best on X3D CPUs, and you still want, like, multi-core performance, a 7950X 3D can make a lot of sense, because you can just manually pin that one game to whichever CCX is the correct one, and then not worry about it, right? Like, you just end up with like an obnoxiously inflexible, or not inflexible, but you end up with a system that needs like a little bit more setting up every time you install a new game, basically, because it's like, oh, do I want this one to run here or there? Which I guess you kind of have with the E-cores as well, because, like, I don't get it. Like, earlier in the testing, right, the E-cores weren't causing any issues, and now they were. So I don't know what happened, because, like, Windows just decided that, like, oh, I'm not going to set the affinity properly. No, I don't think 2100 FCLK would achieve much. Oh, wait, you're talking to somebody else in chat. The idea of the 7950X3D is about as like it's a cool idea, and the E-cores are a cool idea. You know what else was a cool idea? Multi-GPU. That's basically my view on asymmetrical CPUs. It's like, yeah, this would work a lot better if software wasn't so bad. But software is bad, so maybe we shouldn't do this. Then again, Intel might be better at, like, getting software developers to support their wacky architecture than NVIDIA was at getting developers to support SLI. You know, oh, no, that wouldn't work. Because, like, I just nuked the memory refresh interval, right? Oh, wait. That is... what? I mean, it is really bad, but, like... wait, let's try 32,000. What? What changed? Oh, wait, I need to repin the frickin' cores. Right. Right, yeah, E-cores. Forgot about that. Stupid. Also, this Windows is like, it's not 11, but it is up to date. Okay, that's more like it. Stupid fucking E-cores. I think 7200 refresh interval at 7200 is 10 microseconds of refresh delay. So pretty close to JEDEC spec. Because the thing is, if this isn't super memory sensitive, then like the 32 megabytes of L3 cache on a regular Ryzen might actually be plenty, and then it's just like gigahertz. All of the gigahertz. Yeah, I really... like, the thing is when, like, setting the refresh interval to 200,000 is, like, that's cool and all, but, like, it's not very realistic. Because at that point, I think you need to keep the memory at like 20 degrees Celsius for it to not have refresh problems. Which is like, yeah, that's not happening. The room is at 20. And in summer, the room is going to be at like 30 potentially, so... Also, it's dipping down to 52 again. Actually, that could be kind of interesting. What temperature is the memory getting to right now? Because I don't have a fan on it. Oh wait, no, I do have a fan on it. Okay, the memory's at room temperature. We don't need to check the memory temperature, because I know what it is. It's the same as the ambient air temperature, guaranteed. Okay, it's not going to be that low, but it's going to be pretty close to that low. Yeah, the memory's at 30 degrees. And I don't think this is going to change that. Actually, it would be pretty funny if something like an 8700G was like really good at this game. Depending on what kind of clocks it can run. And the memory is at 29 degrees. Yeah, this isn't going to heat up the memory. This actually just doesn't heat up anything. It just runs really badly. Well, that's, I think, enough testing. Now I'm kind of wondering right now, so how bad are these settings for, say, Karhu? Because I think for Karhu they're actually quite okay, and it's just Y-Cruncher that's just impossible right now. Yeah, I was thinking this might error out a lot faster than, like, this. Would what PC work outside permanently? This? Like, at these settings? Probably not. But at, like, lower settings, like, having the system... it's not... As far as I know, SSDs aren't particularly appreciative of, like, very low temperatures, but... The CPU and memory wouldn't care. I don't think the chipset would care. Yeah, it's mostly the storage that I think would be the biggest concern for low temperature operation. No, I guess these settings aren't too, like, they're actually quite stable. Yeah, and like a little bit of Karhu and the memory is already up at like 40 degrees Celsius. Yeah, so that's interesting. You know what, like, right now I am technically streaming, but I wanna quickly, because this is really not fair to the 7800X3D, because it has to encode the live stream at the same time as I try play the game. But, I wanna quickly check. Also, you guys can't see the frame rate because I'm using the Steam overlay right now, but if it gets really choppy, it'll be visible. Nope. So I guess it was pretty choppy on the Intel system as well. Okay, stand in corner. Oh, I can't wait. Oh, and we're at like 34 FPS right now. Yeah, this is getting absolutely crushed. Like, I am also streaming with the same CPU, so it's really not helping. Oh, that actually went all the way below 30. So, yeah. The thing is, like, with the fact that the CPU is streaming at the same time, that kind of invalidates the test to some extent. But yeah. Oh wait, there. It's the right scene. Thing is, like, no, like, now I really kind of want to try daily in Intel, but then it's like, oh, but I'll need so much more cooling, because I'm literally on an air cooler right now, right? And it's like, oh, I'll need more cooling, and like a lot more cooling. Not for this game, but like for everything else. And I'd rather not swap motherboards if possible. No, I did a test earlier today and the CPU wasn't dropping all the way down to 30 FPS without the stream. But even then it wasn't doing like the silly setup on the 14900K that I have right now. Oh wait, wait, what? How is it? Oh no, what happened? How is this above the system specs? Oh, wait. Wait, how is this above the system specs? Oh. There. But yeah, like, the thing is, like, 5.8 gigahertz. The memory, I mean, the 7200 on the memory, or even 6933 was doing okay. So the memory is not really the concern. The 5.8 gigahertz is, though. Because I'm not even sure this will run Cinebench right now. Alright, that's the wrong version of Cinebench. Or wrong version. Wasn't sure what version that was. Like, I think there's a decent chance it'll crash. Or, like, it'll overheat or crash. I'm not sure which one first. So it's like, yeah, but if I'm video encoding on the CPU... I guess you could put the video encoding specifically on the E-cores. The thing is, I kind of like having a daily system where I don't have to do anything to it. Oh, it does run. What temperature are we at? Oh, no it doesn't. Wait, this doesn't run? We're at 1.45 volts. Are you kidding me? We're at 5.8 right now. What do you mean 6.2 needs 1.475 plus? 6.2 for me does no chance. I want to believe it's just the ring ratio being too high. Actually, earlier in the stream, I tried to run 6.2 and I was at like, what, 1.56 or something? And that was for 2 cores. It's a daily system. Nothing in my daily system is getting overclocked for fun. What's stable? I haven't crashed, like, since I built this system. Literally, the only issue I ever had was that one day it didn't want to reboot after a Windows update because the motherboard did something stupid during memory training. I think it was related to the ECLK overclock. What? Your 4070 Ti is not overclocked? It is overclocked. But it wasn't fun to overclock. Because it's a modern NVIDIA GPU. You just move the core clock slider until it doesn't go any higher. Like, I'm surprised they don't make automated GPU. Actually, they do have an automated GPU overclocking thing. I wonder if it's any good. Well, like, because you hear people talking about, like, automated overclocking all the time, and it's like, yeah, you could automate NVIDIA GPU overclocking, because, like, NVIDIA GPU overclocking is literally brain dead. So what you do is you take the core clock slider and you just raise it, and when you start seeing artifacts, you lower it again. Mind you, this is with no hyper-threading right now. Okay, so it looks like it was just the cache clock being way too high that caused it to crash. Also, the E-cores right now are at like 3.2 gigahertz for some reason. Oh, it's probably because I disabled turbo. I guess technically a 13600K would also... Oh no, because the silicon quality would be worse. I mean, 5.6 versus 5.8 isn't that big a difference. And that, the 13600K would actually do 5.6. Actually, without hyperthreading, it would probably do more than 5.6. Yeah. I don't think the E-cores being at 3.2 is actually doing much for the thermals, but we can test that. $7800X3Ds have one chiplet. You can't use the wrong one. The only reason my core temperatures are as low as they are right now is because I have the hyperthreading turned off. Is hyperthreading that bad for temperature? Yeah, it is. Yeah, it basically increases the per-core power consumption by 30%. It basically increases the power consumption by the same amount that it improves scores. Like, percentage-wise. Which, if you think about it, makes sense. Because there's no such thing as free computation. But anyway, yeah, no, that's really not doing anything to the temperatures. Wait, I hit the DTS sensors again. Yeah, we're still under 8, like under 90 C. So even running the E-cores at 4.6 isn't really hurting that much. Why would Intel drop hyperthreading on CPUs? Because... Oh, right, because there are the rumors that they're going to get rid of hyperthreading. Well, because it makes the thermal density really high. Like, one thing is the thermal density. The other thing is that... Actually, I'm not really sure why they'd be dropping it. It does... Like, the current implementations of it with certain benchmarks can have, like, slight negative impacts. So, like, with certain software, there's, like, slight downsides to having hyperthreading. I guess ditching it means... Because, like, the idea behind hyperthreading was that, like, oh, it doesn't make the cores that much bigger, and you get more multi-threaded performance, basically, for just extra power consumption. But the increase in performance is basically the same as the increase in power consumption, so it's not really a downside. It's just, like, yeah, 30% more performance and 30% more power draw. Not... You know, like, that's not really something you'd say no to. So that's not really bad. They might be massively boost gigahertz. Maybe. It was way more important when we only had 4 cores, though. Actually, yeah, you know, that's one way to look at it. Do you have a 6900 XT you're gonna mod again? I don't have another 6900 XT. As for GPUs, I have a bunch of old junk that I have, like, ideas for, but yeah, nothing... Basically nothing newer than the 2080. Like, I recently picked up another GTX 760. Also, the GTX 760, actually, that live stream is still up, isn't it? The one where I ran the Asus 760. Yeah, so that's what hyperthreading does. just destroys stability instantly. Yeah, so if I ran the 13600K, if I turned the hyperthreading off, it could probably run 5.75 or even 5.8. And Mother Gunship really doesn't need the extra cores, so then, like, the E-cores could handle all the live streaming stuff. HT on is harder to... Yeah, I know it is. I've made videos about that. Oh, unless you're talking to somebody in chat. Got any scores you want to beat? Not off the top of my head right now. Now, this is one of the awkward things with my chat on live streams, is like it's basically impossible for me to tell, like, it's like impossible for me to tell if somebody's talking to somebody in chat or if they're telling me something. Is 16 gigabit Hynix CDI weird, or why can TWRSCL go to 2 while TRD is stuck at 4? That sounds pretty normal. Especially for like more modern Hynix memory chip, that actually sounds very normal. That the write-to-write timings go lower than read-to-read. There. Alright, is that higher than my Threadripper score by any chance? Oh, I didn't have hardware info open, so we don't know if how much the CPU was getting cooked. Wait, it's not... Oh, wait, it's not Threadripper score. It's not Cinebench R20 for the Threadripper score, it's... I mean, it's not R23, it's R20 for the Threadripper score. Yeah, it's 16,500 points on a 3960X. Something tells me that ain't happening here. Also, let's check them temps. Actually, not that bad. I thought they'd be worse. It's close, though. Actually, I might be able to beat the Threadripper then. That was R20 that I just ran. No, it's the 24-core Threadripper. I don't have a 32-core. This is gonna run so hot. Yeah, I did 16,100. Yeah, and my Threadripper did 16,552. I mean, 522. So, like, I'm 420 points behind. No, it was 95-ish. So now we're going to be well over 100. Actually, I'm not even sure this is going to finish. Temp in the room? Around 20. I'd actually be a bit below right now because it's like night and winter. And it's just a generic 280mm Ace Attack thing. Go away, Steam. Oh, right, the temperatures aren't very legible for you guys. Oh, yeah, that's not running. Guess we're gonna have to use BCLK then. Like, it's a NZXT... Yeah, it's actually a really old Ace Attack AIO. It's like an NZXT Kraken something. That's the wrong version. Go away, Steam. Yeah, I don't think this is beating the Threadripper. No. Well, I'm done here, I think. Removing the DIMM slot on the Master really didn't do anything for the memory overclocking, as far as I can tell. It's, like, certainly not better than the new Master. And then, what else? And then, yeah. And then evidently Mother Gunship actually really likes the 14900K, at least if you clock the 14900K to, like, stupid frequencies. Yeah, I think I'm done with the stream. Though I definitely think I'm going to be testing Mother Gunship on the 7950X, because the other variable that kind of bugs me is the fact that my daily system runs a ancient copy of, like, okay, it's not ancient because it gets updates, but, like, very old install of Windows 10. Like, this Windows 10 install has been with me since, I want to say, the 2700X, maybe even earlier than that. It's old. It's probably not ideal for doing, like, A/B testing. So, the music just got good. I swear, like, why does everybody like this track so much when I really don't? Many SFC scan nows? Actually, no. I don't tend to crash my daily system that much, because, you know, I need it to, like, run. It's melodic. You know, that's probably the main reason why I'd like it the least, because the melody on it is kind of terrible and way too loud. Like, there's actually an alternative version of that track which literally just removes the melody. That's how much I dislike it. Right, like, here's my preferred version of it. Would it make a 2DIMM board? If I took out the memory slot that isn't currently populated, that wouldn't do anything, because the thing is, the outside memory channel, so the memory channel that's still there, like the memory slot that's still there, that memory channel is really good. With Intel CPUs, this is like a really consistent thing, the outside memory slot, or channel B, is always the best memory channel. That has been my experience. With every CPU, every motherboard, channel B is always really good, and then it's just channel A that's all over the place. What would you pay for a used B550 Unify X? I don't know, like 150 quid maybe? 200? If I really wanted one, I guess I'd go as high as 200. Still kind of melodic? Yeah, but it doesn't have the really high-pitched parts. I find annoying. Like, I'm not inherently against melody, I'm just against that melody. Aorus Z490 Ultra 4. Old Intel motherboards tend to have, like, no resale value. And that board, like, don't ask me, because I don't buy boards really based on, like, oh, I need or want this. It's more, okay, no, I want a lot of boards, but it's usually like, this is an interesting motherboard I want in my collection because it's interesting, and I'm willing to wait for boards to drop in price. So, asking me is not really a good idea. For a Z490 board, I'd probably be expecting to pay around 100 of whatever. Because, yeah, it's like maybe 150, but, like, I remember seeing a Z490 Aorus Extreme on UK eBay going for, like, ridiculously cheap, and it wasn't broken or anything. It's just, like, high-end Intel boards don't retain their value, or Intel boards in general don't retain their value because of how Intel does their because Intel keeps releasing new sockets, the motherboards become obsolete extremely quickly, right? Because there's so many boards, because a lot of people, they'll buy a board with like an i5, and then they want a better CPU, and the board, like, so you get this like surplus of boards and a shortage of high-end CPUs. So the boards are really cheap and the CPUs are really expensive. And the only place where that doesn't happen is with old high-end Intel server boards, because with high-end desktop Intel boards, not server boards, but high-end desktop boards, you get the opposite, because there's tons of cheap server CPUs, but no boards for them, right? Because it's like X79 boards, X99 boards, X299 boards, X58 boards, all ludicrously expensive for considering how slow the CPUs that you can put in them are. Fun to overclock. Like, X79 is cool, X58 is really cool, X99 is X299 is cool, but the boards are super expensive because there's so many CPUs. How is it possible on two pairs of Team Group 7200 8i the SPD timings got erased? So RGB control software is really bad. And when it's extra bad, so normally RGB control software is bad, but sometimes it's really, really bad. And because of how RGB control for memory sticks works, as in, it literally just uses the SPD bus for the RGB control. If the creator of the RGB software, or the motherboard BIOS, one of the two, isn't implemented very well, your RGB control software can wipe the SPD chip, or more like write garbage to it. There's actually, like, since that's actually a worthwhile topic, yeah, so if we go over here to the Gigabyte website and we go to support, and I think MSI might have run into this recently as well, or somebody else also got affected, but anyway, you go to the BIOSes, SPD write disable, because RGB software just can't stop itself from wiping memory sticks. This is why. Because RGB software will literally just write to the SPD. And so motherboard BIOSes have, like... And the funny thing is, this option is also on a bunch of Z390 boards, if I remember correctly, because that was... When RGB memory sticks first came out, this was a very big problem, that you'd get software, like, randomly wiping the SPD profiles. So everybody put a write protection... Like, started putting write protection options into the BIOS because of this. And I thought it was solved. Apparently not, because we're putting write protections onto the SPD chips again. Like, we're putting write like SPD chip write restrictions into the BIOS again, because it's really hard not to wipe SPD chips when controlling RGB on RAM. It was disabled. Maybe it wasn't properly disabled? Second on the latest BIOS. I'm not sure then. No, the SPD chip itself won't have, like, I might be wrong about this, but I don't know that SPD chips have an option to have write protection even. Like, I know GPU BIOSes can have, like, a write protection, like a hardware level write protection, if I'm not mistaken. But memory SPD chips? I really don't think that's a thing. Didn't OCZ literally go broke because they kept having to RMA people's broken SSDs? And memory sticks? Something like that. This is one thing that's kind of funny to me, is like EVGA is really, really well regarded because of their really good like RMA policy, but EVGA 980 Ti's die like a lot because the VRM is the reference 980 Ti VRM, but more importantly, the cooling for said 980 Ti reference VRM is even worse than the blower cards. So, like, it's pretty common, like, it's not too uncommon to find, like, a blower 980 Ti with the VRM exploded, but it's especially common to find an EVGA superclocked 980 Ti with the VRM exploded. And there's also, like, EVGA 970s where the VRM exploded. They had the whole 1080s blowing up, and 1070s blowing up. Then they had 3090s dying because right in New World. And it's like, so it's like, I get that people are a fan of being able to replace their broken product, but like, wouldn't it be better if it didn't break in the first place? Just saying. Oh, and 980 Ti KPE Kingpin Edition cards just have the weirdest issues. Well, a lot of them have the memory, like, a lot of them seems to get BGA issues, but, like, I had two where the core is just dead. Like, one of them has a short circuit on the 3.3 volt rail going to the core, and another one was, like, the core was shattered, and then I had another one which I repaired where the 3.3 volt linear regulator just up and died, which is just like, what? Why does this even exist? And it's like, so, like, I had 3 different KPE 980 Ti's, and each of them has a completely different failure. Like, at least I think one of them was shattered. So, yeah, like, with EVGA, it's like, yeah, the reliability wasn't really that great. I feel like a lot of the companies where it's like, oh yeah, we got a really great warranty policy and that's what people know us for, it's like, is it because your stuff keeps breaking? I guess it's better than having the Asus treatment where it's like you gotta hope that it doesn't break, because if it does, the warranty, at least from what I've heard, going directly to Asus tends to get you a whole lot of not fixed. But anyway, yeah, that'll be it for this stream. Also, I'll put this board back into storage. Yeah, this is one thing that bugs me with like the experiments that I do with boards. Like, I don't regret pulling that memory slot off, but what I do regret is that like now I have this motherboard which is like really awkward to get rid of. Like, it's not like I'd want to sell it to somebody, but it's like I don't feel comfortable getting rid of a motherboard where it's like, yeah, one of the memory slots is missing. Like, it works fine. I've not had any issues with it. But it's a bit weird. And the main problem I have with it is, like, it just takes up space. At least it doesn't have coil whine, unlike the Z790 Master I got. Seriously, that board has so much coil whine from the memory power delivery. Sign it and give it away. Yeah, the other issue is I don't feel like dealing with shipping it out. BC Edition Rare. No, I really don't want somebody paying like extra for this board. That's dumb. Like, it's not even good. It's not even better. Like, this literally didn't make it any... It didn't make the board any worse, but it also didn't help, as far as I can tell. So, yeah. You should probably just go find a real Z690 Master instead. Memory power delivery coil whines? Yeah, the Z790 Master just has, like, coil whine from the memory power delivery, which is just quite fun. What happened to the X299 Micro you modded? I didn't mod it to death. It still works. I still have it. It's not going anywhere. It's mine. Like, there are boards that are heavily modified, and the mods actually helped, so I get attached to them. Because this is like, you know, it's like it was successful, and it's good, and I like it. And then there's boards like this where I was like, well, I wonder if the memory overclocking would suck less if there was less memory slots. And the answer is, nope, not really. Or more like, not even not really, it's like, not at all. It is... literally didn't make a difference to the memory overclocking, as far as I can tell. And you modded it a lot? I wouldn't say I modded it that much. But, like, yeah, I still have, like, that board, like, it sits in a box. I'd like to pull it out again someday in the future. Don't know when. But, yeah, I'm not getting rid of that one. Why removing a mem slot would make a difference in MemOC? So, with high-speed signals, and I'm really not qualified to explain this because my understanding of the physics behind this is basically a gist of it instead of, like, an understanding, but with high-speed signals, they behave more like waves rather than... I don't know what a signal would normally behave like. But anyway, so they behave like waves. Consequently, if you have a wire, and there's another wire hanging off of it, and let's say that wire is physically shaped like the pin in a memory slot, and you send a, you know, like one of the memory sticks like sends voltage into the trace, because it's trying to send a 1 to the CPU, right? That voltage is going to travel like a wave down the wire, and then it's going to fly past that memory slot where there's nothing there, and it's going to fly down that pin, basically, and then it's going to bounce off the end of it, and it's going to, like, mess with the signal going towards the CPU. So the idea is, if you get rid of that, the signal going to the CPU should be better. And that's, like, why, say, backdrilling vias is a thing. Also why 1 DIMM per channel motherboards are a thing. Also, removing the pins would theoretically slightly reduce the parasitic capacitance, as there's just simply less metal to have capacitance to other things. But yeah, in practice, so like from a theory perspective, it should help. From a practical test, it did absolutely nothing. Was having a double-sided like 48 gig DIMM hurt performance versus a 24 gig DIMM? It lowers your maximum memory clock a bit. Yeah, I'm also sad that it didn't make the 8-channel better. How old is that AIO on the 14900K? You have probably not seen it quite a few times, because it's not until this year that I've started using it regularly. Or like last year that I started using it like regularly. But I've had it for ages. It used to be part of a like a case that would occasionally get used for thermal testing. Will it ever do mem slots on both sides? No, because that's... Why would you want to do that? Unless you meant, like, memory slots on either side of the CPU socket, and that entirely depends on the pinout of the CPU socket, or, like, the pinout of the CPU. Anyway, yeah, I'm done here. So, thank you for watching, and, goodbye, I guess. Oh, idle crashing on AM5, you probably have a curve optimizer, and you should probably turn it off.